Hear me? I can. I had a external microphone hooked up and I forgot that it was on, so I don't know where it was speaking to. So you tired, Mama? That that makes perfect sense. That is absolutely fine. Um, how are you? How are you doing? Okay. There's that, and there's also an issue that's specific to you, that that kind of feeling that if everything's okay, you're doing something wrong. And that's like that's a very old kind. So, and, I mean, normally I would say, yeah, when you don't want to come, it's probably the time that you need to. But for you, it's just a tad bit different. You have one other thing to consider, you know, about moving it, losing it. Okay. Um, okay. So I'm so happy that you are where you are, and the pictures that you sent the other, I mean, I feel pictures, you know that. And it's just, and does this feel, so your fear of maybe losing it, that thought, is it like on a scale from 1 to 10, how present is it for you? 8. Okay. Does it feel familiar at all? Okay. Is there anything that you can tell me about why it feels familiar? I do. Okay. All right. Um, so the death fear, that's old. That's been with you for a long time, and it has gone in and out. There was a time when you had no fear. So, so there's that piece, and I think that in the past, instead of being holistically happy with where you were or who you were with, that it was kind of a piece here and a piece there. That there were things that you liked or that you were happy with, kind of. But I think the biggest fear is really the loss of your life and the loss of the people in your life at the time, the people you care about, the people, family, friends. And now, like having your own family, it's a whole different thing. And and certainly having your own baby. And so you have fear that AJ or the baby, what something will happen to one of them. Okay. And you're at about an 8 with that anxiety. Mm. Okay. All right. All right. Well, so I'm glad that you came tonight. Because we do not want that at an 8 or 9. We want to take that back down. And so tell me a little bit about what got you to the place where you weren't afraid of death, that you looked at it as a transition? Mhm. Mhm. Right. Yes. And so what makes you up now is Adeline and AJ. You all are a unit. So it is good that you don't fear your own death like you once did. So this is brand new territory all the way around. How long? Go ahead. Mhm. You do. And like in a real quick nutshell, what happened? Okay. And so you would read that and or you would think about it and it would stay with you. You would cry for 2 weeks. Um, would you if would you say that you're more drawn to experiencing that kind of connection, that kind of love, that kind of just all encompassing and that was the big that was the main like attraction to those books, not necessarily the lost part. It feels like a silly question. Okay, so you were all right. Mhm. Mhm. And the loss that you sorry, the loss that you have experienced in this life so far, your grandmother. One of the things that strikes me as a possibility is that you learn, from the time you were born to keep a cap on feelings, that you couldn't be over emotive or emotional. And that was not good. And the idea of just actually feeling something that deeply, that I mean, part of the like draw, story after story, even with where the red fern grows when it wasn't a romantic connection yet, but just a connection, love connection. And uh, this, have you ever had the kind of fear, like the kind of fear of loss with any other family member? And I mean, like your mom, your brother, your dad. Yeah. I remember you didn't get right. You didn't want to spend that many hours in the car with them. Wow. Wow. Hmm. Okay. Absolutely. Mhm. I think a lot, when you talked about having an outlet that felt safe to feel things that were very deep, big, that is a big part. I think that's a huge part of it. And that do you still do you have problems these days um, feeling feeling very deeply and sharing those thoughts with the people that you love? Okay. And I thought not. And so but if you were to watch a movie as one you just described or one of those, you would still you would still cry in the at during the movie. Okay. Mhm. Okay. So now the intensity really is, and about your life, about the people that you're connected to in this moment. And how does the fear manifest in day-to-day life? Okay. Absolutely. Mhm. Mhm. Absolutely. It's the reason that people have such a hard time meditating. You cannot tell something to go away, like a thought or whatever that comes up. And it does make it bigger, which is kind of the the underlying just crux of anxiety that it feeds on itself. And so I know that you know all of this, but when you say you have like flashes of it, do you is it pretty constantly on your mind, like the fear of it, or will something if it isn't something easily reminds you? Okay. And when you do think of it, when it comes to your mind, what's how long is the period of that you're in fear or in anxiety? Hmm. Okay. Right. Okay, and that's kind of a similar scenario as the snow day when so you know so in the past when you tried to control uh, well everything you attempted to and saw that you couldn't for one thing and trying to drained was energy draining um and it didn't work. How did you go from the need to control all the things to like letting go of some of those? Mhm. And you remember like the intensity with which you like tried to control those things, and then even the intensity with which you tried to let go because you thought like you knew what the end, or you hoped what the end would look like. Do any of the things that come up for you with your new family, does any of this feel familiar with any of the things that you experience as far as controlling things, fear of loss, fear of losing him, or if and I know it's very different now for you, but kind of remembering in those moments, and there's a reason that I'm doing this, not gratuitous. Okay. Mhm. Interesting. That is interesting. So, the fears that you're describing now, it is, I know you know this, that it is so very natural to worry about this is your first baby, to, worry about whether she's breathing or whether you've rolled over, whether she's okay the moment you wake up. When you wake up, is what do you, your first thought? And that feels almost fearful before you know. Okay. All right. Um, there's at least some of that. Not a, I can't measure, but there's some of that that is comes with being a new mom. The worries about, and some of that really never goes away. For example, my husband will sometimes look like he's not breathing, and it's the same. It's that same feeling. I mean, I have awakened him over the years, a couple times, like because he's so still when he sleeps. So now I at least know that. But it's a reflex that doesn't go away. But it will feel different, obviously. Um, um, but that's not something that you can kind of work out or work through. What you might do is, um well, you check the moment that you have fear, you check and it's in the moment that you see that she's okay, is it relieved? What are the other fears you have about her, like things that you have, anything specific that you worry about? So your main fear is her dying. You and and you don't have any like thoughts about like how that may happen. It's just that she may die. I do. Hmm. Yeah. Well, I know they do. I know that they put a lot of fear in, and I think that your assessment is absolutely correct. Could you move your phone just a tiny bit because I can only see. There you go. Thank you. I was only seeing this. This is. Um, but while there are dangers involved in that, it's the way that people did it for years and years and years before they had hospitals and doctors telling you what to do and what shots to take and all that. And it's certainly how I did it with my baby, and it wasn't the fear wasn't as big back then as it is now for moms. But yeah, that and that's the fear that people try to put on you and just all around in so many ways and so many subjects. And that's certainly one. So that's one of the ways that you can imagine it happening is that she's in. Mhm. That's that is that's exactly right. And that happened many more years than we've been around, putting fear into into moms, into parents. I mean, and there are so many just along the way that there are so many things that they push, whether it's doctors, teachers, the education. It's so that what you're say, yeah, because of the forms you fill out and all that at the doctor's office, it's just kind of that, well, what if they're right? What if it does? What if what's the alternative for you? What would be like if you decided, okay, I'm not going to do that anymore. I can't handle this kind of anxiety. What 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 would be the alternative? Mhm. 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 Well, not only that, but everything, all the circumstances too, everything has to be perfect, not just you and what you're doing, but all the other people that are involved. And so, um, so, You used them or you got paid for them instead of using them? Okay. And you had this discussion with the HR guy when you were how many months pregnant? 9 months pregnant. And the conversation itself was frustrating. Like you were like, like by, you were in the middle of it and it wasn't even like what you wanted and what he was saying wasn't even jiving for you. And so you settled on something that in the moment made sense to you at 9 months pregnant and you were getting ready to leave work to have a baby. Um, so I mean, I think there's there's certainly brain fog changes, things that happen. I mean, hormonally, it's, well, you've experienced it now, and it's kind of a rage through your body and your brain. And yeah, you're truly, well, yes, you could have had more time with her had you understood it in that moment the way that you do now, you would have made a different decision. But you made the decision based on what you understood in the moment, being 9 months pregnant, and being ready to beat the heck out of there and not even having a conversation with an HR guy. I mean, I would imagine that's, oh, um, it doesn't seem so. And um, um, that takes away energy from you when you go down that road of not forgiving yourself and looking at those things. And if you had a friend who was 9 months pregnant and made that same decision, would you be hard on her? So you remember that it's very hard for you to forgive yourself, and but it's not hard for you to give your friends. So for right now, you need to be your friend. You need to treat you as well, as kind, as compassionately, empathically as you would a good friend that you love, or even a coworker that you didn't even know very well who was coming to you going, "Oh my gosh, you're not going to believe." Me too. I'm proud of you. Yes. Now, is any part of that um, at all worried that AJ is thinking something about this, or is it just you that's hanging on, or is that kind of a threat, maybe? That's the thought that people appreciate you for your that you because because you try to do everything perfect. That's why people like you rather than appreciating you for who you are. Yes. Okay, so through the years, tell me what you've learned about what your real value is. Mhm. Yeah, yes, I do think that there have been times in the past where you've been very much in touch with that knowledge that you, being you, you be, I remember a story about your neighbor, when she had a group of people over and you stopped by for some reason and it turned out that you were the party. You were the like people were interested in what you had to say and what you were talking about and that there was no that was not a plan of yours. And you were shocked. You were kind of surprised by it. How much do you think that people are willing to take help or get help from people that they don't trust or that they don't think, people that I understand what you're saying. Like from a logic sense, that's a great point from a pure logic sense, but that's not even what we're talking about. So what, given the two mistakes, the tax mistake and the sick hours mistake, what can you do with that information besides ruminating and beating yourself up? What else can you do with that? Thank you. How important is that? Right, and that it's burned in your brain. I mean, there's a line in a psychological report after you do a battery of tests on someone, um, that says that if somebody learns well from their mistakes, or you have people who do not learn well from their mistakes. And so that it's burned in your brain. There's a piece of that feels very, punitive, rather than just like you've experienced this now, it won't happen again in the future with either the taxes or an HR person. Now you know that if you feel confused when you're talking to an HR person, you just stop the conversation, leave, think about it, come back. Because, I haven't had lots of experience with HR people, but just the little bit that I have had, it's sometimes like talking to a salesperson like that's selling you something high dollar, with sort of complicated, just things that I think should be just really simple that just don't turn out to be. But and the idea of feeling stupid, with like 100% certainty that not only are you not stupid, but that you're very, very intelligent. And so it's not even a fair thing for you to be, calling yourself stupid for making a mistake. And the rationale that you just said, that like that the sick days are probably no big deal. You're probably absolutely right about that, because you don't really know what's going to happen when your maternity leave is over. Um, you'll know when, like, the closer the time comes, you'll know. And based on what you just said, that's leaning in a certain direction. Mm. Yeah, definitely. Because of the stuff that you did, or it just came? Wow. So he got one whole check for the whole. Wow. Nice. Hmm. Nice. Very nice. Nice. That's right. And not only that is that you can't, even if you wanted to, it isn't a possibility. And and I do think the universe is absolutely speaking to you with your neighbor reminding you that to be present. And I think that it is. Have you talked with anybody else about being so hard on yourself? I mean, do you, right? Do you see that any differently now? Mhm. And and what have you learned about that? What do you need to do with that, do you think? No, allow yourself to feel it. Allow yourself to feel it, and then that's when it will, you know, that's when it will go. Mhm. And I mean I suspect that this, that's multi-layered, that you have the being hard on yourself, that you must have done something wrong piece that's not completely gone, and then just the trauma of the birth, of of how that happened. And if you're, still feeling emotional talking about it, it's important to go there and allow yourself to feel whatever it is that comes up, and um yeah, to get through that, to allow yourself to feel it to the end. You, you know what? I have not. I have not. But I want to. I am going to read it. Okay. With the guy, that same guy. Good. Okay. Good. That's what I wanted to know. Yes, you did. From the very beginning. From the very beginning, you did. Oh, wow. Hmm. Hmm. She's 6 weeks and 3 days old now today. Wow. Oh, hey, baby girl. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. How beautiful. How often does she eat? That's another reason why sleeping next to you is a good thing because look how often you'd have to get up and bot. Mhm. Wow. Mhm. Wow. Mhm. Absolutely. Absolutely. Mhm. Oh, and you're allowing yourself to feel it. Hmm. Hmm. Right. Mhm. Right. I agree with that, that it isn't, and that isn't what forgiveness is all about. It's not co-signing the abuse, or all the negative things. And alrighty then. It's about you're right about the like hanging on to it. That is not a good. And I suspect that so far you've not you haven't truly unleashed, allowed yourself to feel all the way into that until the end. Um, and which is a necessary thing to do before you're in a place to forgive. And that isn't you perpetuating it. It's you, that's you allowing yourself to move all the way through it. So that, when you come out on the other side, it is real. It's truly no longer about him, but it's about you and the forgiveness piece. In part, it is letting go. Um, in no way is it co-signing the deeds. And I think it's really important too that you not only allow yourself to like feel all the way into that until you don't feel it anymore. And by that I mean your past you'll always remember that, but it will not be as painful. When your dad comes up, it won't bring tears to your eyes. Because you'll have worked, through that. And I think the other very important thing is that you you do all of that for you, get to a place, and if you feel like forgiveness is there, then you do that. But you can have no expectations of what may happen on his end. Right? You don't want to see that. How hard is it to be with that? True. Interesting. That's very interesting. Okay, that's absolutely fine. Do you know whether that was like a protective thing? Wow. 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 So yeah, as I suspected I know you had a very hard year at 10 and 11, but that all this stuff started way very early. And that's evidence that at 2 and 3 you were trying to protect your mother from him. Yes. Hmm. Yep. Right. Yep. Hmm. I mean, as I remember, it was like part of his when he started freaking out was when you started developing. Yeah. Yeah. And when you said that as a baby, like a toddler, he didn't know what to do with you, but as an infant, he just he wasn't the one who did any of the caretaking. No. And that didn't have anything to do with you or who you were, or how you were. Okay. Okay. I was just making sure that that's not. Hmm. Hi. Oh, look at how beautiful you are. Hi. Yeah, but Mom, the food is just so convenient and yummy. A snack would be good. How long did she sleep? Like, what's the longest that she had slept in a row? Hmm. So she might sleep pretty well tonight then. Hmm. Hmm. Yep. Hmm. Hmm. And those were the expected roles too. Um, and given the the Jehovah Witnesses, that certainly was their plan as well. Mm. Oh, I did not realize. I didn't realize that you. I can. I can work with that. Okay, that's fine. I think that I mean one thing that happens is when and it's already happened with you that you have a baby, you look at her, all the protective mother bear love, just all everything that is, that just the miracle of this perfect little baby. And how could anybody possibly do anything to hurt her? And that was you one day. And so, and that, like in as she develops each, those i- anything that you haven't worked out, it'll hit you when, at those stages. Um, are you grateful that your dad raised you? I'm very grateful that you're here too. Oh my goodness. I believe that too, and that's not the easiest thing to say to people sometimes. But it is you know it, it like what is it that you're that what is it that you're supposed to learn from that? Like why is it that you chose him? And I don't know if those I don't know if those questions like if we ever answer, if we ever come to the answer, I don't think it's impossible, but I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm just not sure how those answers come. I did have a client recently who did this work with someone. He went to see someone who like looks at past lives things, and it was just very, very interesting. And we haven't talked since that happened, so I don't know the depths of it, but like in a kind of overall, he was happy with the reading, and I think it was like an hour long or something like that. But I had never heard of anything like that, and you might even have heard of the lady who started all of it, which is Dolores Cannon. And so anyway, it's very out there. It's very, very much out there. And I do believe that while you can like take all those kind of routes, that there is a more say, pedestrian, spiritual way um to learn about those things. Meditation being one of them, having, the intention to, you know, um, like maybe get to know your dad like from a little boy, like the things that you know about him and as a little boy and kind of I mean, this is certainly one way is to understand him as a person and then kind of integrate that into and that, those are some of the more ordinary, less expensive things that that you could do to sort of understand um, why you picked them because now you have she picked you. You know, yeah. she's so still connected. And with you as a mother, she won't just be disconnected from all that. She'll learn with that. That's that's beautiful. That when I lived in the suburbs for a little while in this little neighborhood where I was invited to baby showers, um, I would go. I don't like baby showers, and I didn't like going. But the reason they always had infants. There were plenty of little tiny infants, and and I could hold them, and I could hold, one or two, and I could see and I could feel them, and I could look in their eyes and just re just feel the connection and just how close that they were, and so I'm sure that there are stories of like I'm sure there are plenty of stories about babies seeing things and saying things, and um, that is wow, wow. That would have been an awesome thing to. Yeah, wish I would have thought of that. That would be an awesome thing to ask. But, yeah. hmm And I think that like parents and school and if people go to church and all that, that further cuts them off. So, again, you as a mom, she will not just be abruptly disconnected. She'll keep, that'll be that's awesome. And she's 6 weeks, 3 days old, and this feels like I don't know, like we've been here forever. That this is so like Nat is just like yeah, okay. Um, yep, yep, absolutely. hmm And it really is, and that's only it's obviously it's just begun. So that's why it's just so important to be to be present and um yeah. So, yeah, I mean, you know how time goes, and it just it's really, you know, to me, I'm 63 years old. I have an almost 37-year-old son, and it still feels very weird to me to have a grown son. He's kind of setting me up on social media again, um, so that I can do videos, and maybe this time I'll do it. But anyway, I said, well, I was teasing him. I said, well, once I get on TikTok, I mean, people are going to be drawn to me, and it's just going to blow up and just go viral. He said, "Mom, you sound," and I was completely kidding. He said, "Mom, you sound like a teenager." And I said, "Well, you know, sometimes I do, but it is. It's a very weird thing, and it never really stops being weird. But it is, it never stops being that just spiritual connected thing that you have with this other human being, you know, that chose you." I want to ask you, would you say that you're glad you're here? Do you love yourself? When we first started working together, would you say you loved yourself then? Okay. But you feel like you know how to now. So, so the like being hard on yourself, is that something that you would like to teach her? Next time you're being hard on yourself, think about that. Because you know, because, well, kids learn what they see, not just, you know, obviously, and those things that just, you know, come so automatic. And I know that that's not something that you do out loud, but kids are really, really smart. They're very observant, and it's amazing. It's truly amazing what they actually pick up. I love that Kalechi said, "Be nice to my friend." I absolutely love that, and um, uh, yeah, you know, the moment that you catch yourself being punitive or feeling stupid or anything like that, to, you know, put the lot, you know, start with the logic stuff. You do that well. Look at it, just, you know, look at it logically. I know it's difficult in that way because you use the logic. I mean, you know, a lot of times to beat yourself up, to be more critical. And so, um, and think about how you would treat a friend in the exact same position. Um, because it's, you know, it's easier to learn how to do that for ourselves when we think about it in that context because we're nicer to our friends than we are to ourselves sometimes. So, and you've come a long, long way. You know, you've grown so much and you've done so much work. Um, and you know, your stuff will always be your stuff, and it's on that, you know, it's on that spiral. So you looking at it now is very different than any way you've ever looked at it before. Mhm. that's wonderful that it's jarring to you. It really is. And yeah, that that part of yourself, that voice, that just is not a friend, not an ally, not a part of you that's necessary to keep even, because you will always be organized. You'll always be in order. And the workers' comp, that thing, you're gonna, that's the kind of thing you're gonna keep up with stuff like that. You're not gonna let that go. And that's, when, I wish that my husband and I had a person like you in our, because neither one of us are organized, and so it's, anyway, we're starting to catch up. But anyway, um, and so, but but this part that's very punitive, that's loud, that's very harsh. Is might seem to be an extension of that, but it is not an integral part. It's it's all like the negative internalizations that you've gotten along the way. And and that learned stuff, that you must be perfect, you must be quiet, you must be, and you combat that by posting what you're posting and writing things and sharing with people and having conversations and like opening the door, because people, there are the kind of people that don't talk about this very much and the kind of people that overshare. And you're reaching the people that don't talk about this a lot. And I mean, think of a person that would read that and be judgmental or critical of it in any way. I mean, not necessarily the kind of person you'd like, want to have a fight. We'll send love to them, but not necessarily the people you want to invite in your circle. And and people who, and I agree 100% that the people that you judge are the people that make you it's something that's important to look at. Um, like what about you is similar or something? What is the connection? Um, and I mean, you've come a long way even in that area. I mean, there was a time when you were judgmental, very judgmental a lot, which, and that's gone. And it's, that your judgment about people, oversharing on the internet or, um, mm, so what do you make of that? you don't share anything real with people, and you're not genuine with people, and you there's almost a conditioning to be like perfect, but even what perfect meant to them and what perfect came to mean to you, two very, very different things. But there's kind of a colliding of the two, and that sort of where it mixes. That's where you get that kind of critical, that harsh, critical voice. Um, and that's why she's still around, because she's very old. Yeah, she's been around for a long time. I don't mean you're very old, but how old are you, by the way? Okay. Oh, you're absolutely. And I think that it's taken a lot for you to have like the self love, the self esteem, the way you see yourself, and and how you do that now, minus the being mean to you part, is what you want to teach her. And so that the only way she learns that is she sees you do it to you. That's and I mean, some things are only teachable like that. And that is one of them. So I need to I need to wrap up, but I wanted to let you know that I called BetterHelp, and they got back in touch with me pretty immediately, and told me that they would, I have the email, that they would um to take care of my request. So I haven't called back to confirm. I haven't received an email from them, that's saying, hey, we've wrapped this up. So I'm going to, I'll just call them tomorrow, and make sure that I'm off the list, and just keep you I'll just keep you posted on that. Okay. So, okay, so that they'll know that, okay, so that's the way we'll know for sure. I mean, I'll call, and because I mean, from the email, it's like it's taken care of. So, I'll just call. Yeah, I would suspect that it is, because I think I texted you when I did it last time. Um, but anyway, yeah, I will give them a call tomorrow, and just to confirm, and then we'll finalize it, when you call to add me, and they'll be able to. So I'm sure hoping they can, that it's that easy that they can just take my name off. I'm hoping. Yeah. All right. All right. So Um, was there anything else? Is there anything else that has come up for you, or that you want to mention before we close? I have to tell you before you answer that question, is that I looked over, and it was like an hour and a half, and it felt like we were just getting into it. And I thought, it is not, I am not surprised that we spend as many hours as we have together. Um, and I know that I know that it was unreasonable in many ways, but it's almost like I don't know. It's comfortable. So anyway. I just want you to know that I am certainly willing to go longer with you. And just you just need to let me know. You know, if I'm carrying it on and you're tired, you just let me know. Uh, no, no, I think yeah, I think we've learned. Or I think we've learned from that. And you know, you don't have to be in charge of it um to bring you know to bring out to I don't know, put some kind of emphasis on it, or do you know to do something to because you have you know about that, and and so it's really hard to watch somebody that you love a whole lot do something when you know it, you know what that might mean, and so obviously you can't therapize him, you can't do that, but you know as you you know as you would a friend that you saw something. Um, and you know, with he's hard on himself. Is he hard on himself? Like, do you know the things that he's hard on himself about? Okay. You got that? He is very intuitive, by the way. I know this, for a couple of reasons, but he is very intuitive. Well, y'all wouldn't have connected the way that you did unless he was intuitive. And there was I don't know what the first picture of him that you sent me. The first picture that you sent me of him, I felt that about him, that that he was able to assess, yeah, just assess things that were not um right there. So yeah, to me being able to tell that somebody's not telling the truth. Um, yeah. And that's, a nice one to have because you don't, and then, you don't have to, clearly who to trust and maybe who not to when you're able to do that. Um, but you see versions of yourself where he thinks he's behind and he has things to make up for. Um, mhm. Are y'all still not speaking with? No, no, no. Is he not? Are y'all still not speaking to his dad because of what happened? Okay. Hmm. Yeah. Mhm. Right, and that they're not aware of it all. Yeah. I mean, this is a. I mean, this is. Uh, I mean, sometimes. I mean, I mean, it would be very good if you just. I don't mean take advantage and like take advantage in a bad way, but to take advantage of those moments, you know, because if he doesn't have the words, he doesn't, it is, then you know, he if he's listening to you, um, what made him? Let me ask you this: what made him call you when he called you? What motivated him? And what were, oh, he did have a list. What were some of those qualities? I will say, um, but it's important to just kind of meet him where he is. I mean, there's a lot to teach, and there's a lot to learn too. But I'm not saying encourage him over drinking so you can get more info, but in those moments where he's had, and even if he's more talkative when he has just a few, use that, take that opportunity. When somebody's open, they're open, and and so it is. And do you see yourself in the kind of um not trusting people, especially men, um, and really like not even being able to take in information like to the contrary until you could. So the reason I'm bringing that up in this moment is because that that you you I mean it is a loving thing for you to want him to see things in a more flexible and a more open and a more trusting way, understanding that he's been hurt, that he's been around people that haven't been trustworthy, and um, and telling, letting him know how proud you are of him and those, of just who he is and is and those kind of, I mean, obviously while he has a difficult time trusting people, he trusts you. And there are no trust issues between the two of you. Okay. That's another thing that I very much felt about him when I saw his picture is that you would never have to worry about that. That wouldn't be something, and I know that certainly that he wouldn't, but that it's a matter of sharing your experience and just knowledge that you have that he doesn't even know is necessary right now. He doesn't even know how important it is yet, but he will, and just um, just pointing out the things that he's wary about or that he's not proud of or whatever, even asking him, because the things that he has in his mind that are so terrible, that are so bad, that he's so ashamed of, are not near as bad as what he's beating himself up for those things. And he just thinks those are black boxes and that's just that. And it's when you can share that with somebody and not be and still be loved it on the other side of it and still like understanding and even kind of soften how he treats himself. um 'Cause, uh, mhm, mhm. Absolutely, absolutely. Mhm. Yeah. Mhm. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And you know, uh, when you can have a fight and know that you can have a fight and it's not going to end in some kind of abandonment or anything like that. Um, yeah, there are plenty of things that you are supposed to learn from him, and there are plenty of things that he's supposed to learn from you. And if you see already that he's calmer since you all have been together, and that he listens, that it, you know, that um, here's one way that it can is that you will talk to him about something, you will tell him something, and he may not be able to articulate anything back, but you'll see it in his behavior in the next day or so, or something like. Mhm. Right. Very- Yeah, that's very good thing, and it is important that there be room for the way he does it and for the way that you do it. And if you see it behaviorally, that is growth, and it's also can be very important to appreciate that you see it in his behavior. And I don't know. I'm sure that I've said something to this effect to you over the years, but that men are, they're little boys in lots of ways, just like we're little girls, but they're they need to know that you're proud of them. They need to know that you see the good that they're doing, and so that it took me some time. It really some time to learn that, but see it, acknowledging that you see it in the behavior, because then they think about it more, and he will learn to talk about some things more openly, and but it'll take time. Because from what I remember, I mean, he couldn't even trust his parents. That his stepmother, his grandmother was somebody that he could trust for a while, but then even she. So the closest people to him, have let him down. So for him to, does he understand now what a safe place is, or that? Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes. Because you guys are that's right. Because you are the mom and dad now, and you get to make all the rules about your family, and that the two of you are on the same page. That's awesome. So y'all can stand together, whoever's questioning your rules or whatever it is they want to do that's different. And it's it's always something like that. I mean, this is ridiculous. I'm almost embarrassed to even say, but both my mother-in-law and neither one of them wanted me to breastfeed. But I happened to meet my best friend Susan, who was 20 years my senior, a hippie all the way, and she just like taught me all that stuff. So that's the route that I went. But they were very vocal about it, and even I had a little fat cheek baby, my mom. He's just not getting enough. It can be crazy. So you have to stand up and say what you're did. This is how we're doing it. Um, I'd like to sit on this for a minute. Um, I'll tell you a little bit though of how I feel. The grandma is the white-haired. Um, it feels very much like there are two parts, two faces. Um, that and depending on who is what she presents. The first word that came to my mind when I saw mom is lost. Almost, almost, almost clueless. Not clueless, but almost like just doesn't even. What is he? How he's 6'8"? That's Jar. That's his. And you're 6 foot, 5'8", 5'9". Okay, because you look like a short little person next to him, which is he he is he's genuine, and his emotions are like he's not at all comfortable just discussing like emotional stuff just for the sake of it. Like you and I, we love it. Not, he does not. And it doesn't like he doesn't even get it. Like he doesn't even understand why are we actually talking about this. This is really, really. Wait a minute. What is the topic again? But his ability, like, to feel deeply. I mean, as he feels very, very deeply. Um, his eyes smile. I just blew up his face, and Hello. Yep. I that's what it felt like. There's something just very very gentle about him, and he has some very sharp edges too. Um, you can see the gentleness though in his eyes, in his it just and yeah. It is it's important to appreciate the not the people who are not as verbal, um, and just kind of feel you can sense you can sense that, and you know um, compliment plenty. I mean, because you think about we think about all kinds of things that we don't tell other people that would be wonderful for other people to know, and so don't let any of those pass by. you know um, and be patient when he doesn't get it, because and if it shows up behaviorally, I mean, that's truly the change. It tells you everything. That's, that's right. And which would you prefer? That you would prefer that, yes? Yeah, me too. Yeah. Oh, you're very welcome. Um, yeah, I feel really, um, I feel, I feel that I feel like you're safe, and that things are at a place where you can really make whatever choice that you want to make without worrying. And the truth about life is we never know what's going to happen, and but it's going to happen whether we spend our moments worried about it or whether we don't. And I know those are easy words, I do, but we need to get you like from an 8 back to a 1 to 2. And yeah, anytime you have the feeling that you just don't want to talk about it, that's probably something you need to talk about. Um, you know, so um, so do you want to make another appointment, or do you want to just get back with me when you? Okay. So you said you do want to schedule something? Oh, okay. Okay. We're still on the hat, like this is still good. We're still on the house until we get the insurance straightened out. Okay, you're very welcome. All right, sweetie, you take care, and I'm just, I sure wish I could hug that baby. I sure wish that. Um, bye, baby. Bye, you sweet girl. I know. You know what? One question I want to ask you: how's Maverick? Yeah. I'm sure not. He hasn't had very much time. Yeah. Yeah, car rides. Do you know that car rides? Okay. Mhm. hmm And also, sometimes if you're feeling really anxious, she can feel that. Yep, absolutely. It's hard. That's a very, very hard one when you can't, when you can't, you don't know what to do. You've done everything. Um, so, it is, that is a very difficult, just noise just to sit through. It's like you need to do something. And when you don't have anything to fix it, that's hard. That is very difficult. So don't, yeah, it does. It does. It makes sense. He's not, he is more unapologetically himself and has no problems letting people, know that is and not, and you're working your way up to that. And so yes, we want you unapologetic, 100%. Yeah, yeah. And yes, I agree. You have grown a whole lot. You are a lot more flexible and open, and loving toward yourself than you once were. And I think that the sort of increase in anxiety, that makes perfect sense. It's just, I'm glad that you talked about it, and because there's a thing that comes with being a mom that, you just, it's like you kind of have to know where your kids are. It's just, it's something like just not even, it's hard to put into words, but you don't want to teach her fear, and so, it's just, it's important to just rework that, to be more peaceful with that, and we can certainly work on that. That's important. You- You're very welcome. Sleep well, baby, and I will just wait to hear from you. Bye bye, sweetie. Bye bye.
All right, let me show you. All right, so
All right. Well, I just had to tell you I don't have lots of bandwidth left.
okay, well this is not.
You can bring your chair back over. You can bring your chair over here, buddy. That's not comfortable to sit on.
That's actually weird. So, all right. So, oh, by the way, something I hate to. I would do this anyway. I should say that up front. Um, um, but sorry, listen.
I was just wondering what this is.
Let me show you this first. Okay, so look, this is this is actually so it basically just recorded the live stream and it's just playing it over and over again as a video now. But every time we set up a new live stream, every time you have a show, it'll show up here, right? And check this out. and it all fits. So in the same frame, like in the same like length of the phone, you get this video, and look, a little chat room here. So someone types in, let's say like, "Hey guys," right? I press enter, and it asks me to put in to do anonymously, put a temporary name, or log in. I'll just put a temporary name. Um, chat or psych fan go psych fans. Hey guys. So then everyone can just chat, and you can click on someone's name, and it will you can respond to them specifically, so people can just chat, and it's just one big chat right here underneath the video, so people can
So can you just put any like can you type something for the whole chat room?
everyone sees everything that's written on here.
Oh,
That's it. So they watch it, they watch the show, and they can chat if they want to with each other about the show.
who's
Anyone
that
can.
nefarious dude in my fucking video?
So do you like that layout though?
Yeah.
All right, so that's what it looks like now. So every time you live stream, it'll be on here, and you'll do the split screen thing. People will call in, and then people can watch and chat, and there'll be ads around it. And then so that's your live page. Here's your
Can
blog.
somebody in the chat be somebody who calls?
Well, so okay, so I'll show you that later. So here's your blog. You have your first blog article here, and then and people can also have discussions here. I decided just so we can have discussions here in the comments. Um, and BJ can be the one who looks through these and make sure no one's talking foul.
All right. Now we're taking that blog post down, aren't
Yeah,
we?
this one, but there will be other ones, and people
Okay.
will be able to comment because it just increases engagement. It's better
No,
for
no, I get it.
it's better for SEO, and it keeps people on the site longer. And this will also have this will also have ads on it. So your blog and your live video, live show and chat will have ads on it, so people will be staying on there. A lot of people eventually once we start promoting it.
Lots of people. I mean, the first time
Yeah.
I put
Well,
out it,
people just like live shows and call in stuff, and you still that's not something you see on psychologist websites, and it's on your site, which means that you get the traffic, you get people staying on your site, and you get the ad revenue, as opposed to like being live on TikTok or something. But also, people look at the bottom of the footer. You have you have your LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok. So if they want to see your TikTok profile and all the videos you've made, once you make them, then there it is. By the way, this is your real TikTok handle. You have 296 followers. That other one on your computer is a separate one. We're not going to use that one because you already have tons of followers on this one, and you have the name that you want.
what is
So
it, Dr.
we're just going to
Grace
spell
Patty?
it. Yeah,
Why do I have
people make
those?
weird shit. Anyway,
Oh, those aren't my TikTok
no,
videos.
that's not weirdos.
Oh,
Anyway, so and it's okay. So here's your thing, which I want. There's something I want to modify, but I'm not sure what. It looks good, right? And you can book the private therapy sessions. See, I made this for desktop, and it just on mobile it looks just not quite as good because this is supposed to be next to this. But anyway, so you go and you see the butterfly, and
I
then
don't. I'm having a hard time with that real hard.
that's fine. And then enter to be a guest on our live show, New Psychology and Mental Health Topics every week. So people give you their email address, and when they give you your email address, then they can schedule a call, and that way you're not just hanging there. So it's like, okay, you call in, and if they don't show up, then you just talk to the guests. You just talk directly to people who are chatting and just watching. But when someone calls in, you talk to that person, and that's the show.
Okay.
Okay, and then that goes on for as long as you want it to go on, like once a week for like 2 hours, say. Um, which I assume 2 hours would be fine because that's what you wanted to do. And then the rest. Oh, okay. So I hate to trade labor for favors. I would do this anyway. I would do this anyway. But okay, so it's all about reducing friction, right? Getting people to buy your services and pay for and do things. So this whole process.
Well, wait. Let me just say this about that. I am only licensed in California. So
Well,
what I'm not, so like at this moment, I'm not actually selling
well, you
my
just
services unless they live in California.
we're still selling your services regardless.
All right.
So anyway, but speaking of friction, this having to are you looking? Speaking of friction, having to click one of these. Speaking of friction, having to click one of these forms, go to a third party site, digitally sign it, and then email it back to you. That's fucking friction, right? That's a pain in the ass. So what I'm gonna do,
Wait a minute. They can't just fill that out right there.
they can't
Nobody's ever complained
they
about
can't
doing that.
digit sign like so what to minimize friction, what you would want is something. Click this. sign right here without having to go anywhere else, submit it, done. That's minimizing friction, right? I'll do that tonight. I will make that happen
How much does that cost?
$0. Just effort. Now I would do it anyway, but if you would please, I have a headache, and I would be lying if I said it wasn't in part because of this getting the live stream thing up so quickly. Please give me a beer. Please. I'm not trying, and I'll do it anyway. I really will. I'll do it anyway if you give me a beer now, but please.
And you did only drink 3 yesterday.
Yeah. I didn't drink. I wanted to so badly, but I ended up
Okay.
probably causing problems. Sorry.
Well, but yeah. Um, yeah.
But just like cool. Yeah, just let me go get a beer and then I'll relax and then I will do that so that people can digitally
I'm
sign
not,
on your website.
I'm not a fan of that at all.
Come on,
I
please.
mean, you drank yesterday. This
But mom,
is
look how much.
horrible for your
But
diabetes.
look how much we're getting down.
I know.
It's not her. It's not beating me anyway. Let's have the stomach ache. That's ice cream.
Well, you think beer is good for your diabetes?
Doesn't hurt me.
It does hurt you.
Not anymore. No more.
Alcohol is horrible for you. You're being really hard on your, like, and I don't
Even the
feel,
doctor said I can drink beer for God's sake. Even the doctor, when I went to the hospital when I first had diabetes, said you can still drink beer. You can still
he did, I heard him say that, and he said, like, occasionally.
right, but like one can a day is not very much. Look, I just want to relax so I can, and then I can just. I feel tensed up because I went really hard today, and I'm glad I did because now look, we have your thing is all set up. Oh, speaking of that, oh okay, I was going to shoo that cat away, but
Are the dishes done?
all right, but let's just do this.
What are we doing?
You know, take a drink.
Okay, okay, so tell me, like, what are we doing?
I
So,
just want to test this one more time. So yeah, because this was like I feel like I didn't fully get it, and I want to. I still feel like
okay, well, I section
okay,
and long.
but okay, hold on. Create, go live, stream. Oh God. Okay, this weed smoke just smells like it's not good. Okay, so we need a do that again. Join us, Grace.
There's that scoundrel again. You know, I was just kidding, right?
I know.
That hurt your feelings?
No, it's just stupid thing to say. So I guess that's the shit Olin used to say, and it would like offend most people, but he thought it was funny. Anyway, whatever. Okay.
Well, if it's like Olin, I'll never do it again.
Live streaming
Well, it's like
is
that,
on.
like jokingly insulting someone is still insulting someone. Okay, here we go. So we have this live thing going on.
It's not what I meant.
I know. Okay, there we go. There we go. All right. So now it's up, and we can go to your website. By the way, it's that Scotchman closes at 12. So if you, all right. So live. That's why I'm calling this tab is live. And shit, Christ. Jesus, fuck. Okay. Now I want to.
How are the pizza things?
Mediocre. They were in there too long.
Why 20 minutes was too long?
They were just overcooked. They're like charred and overcooked.
Did y'all get him out in 20 minutes?
Well, I assumed he had it, and I saw them when they were still kind of doughy and
I just turned the oven off so that and let them bake a little longer. But then he turned it back on and kept cooking it, and I just thought it was cooked too long. But whatever. It was fine, I guess.
So I don't put that much labor into something for it to be mediocre.
Yeah, it wasn't perfect, but okay. So yeah. Anyway, this is what you'll be looking at during the show, by the way. So you're not going to experience any delay at all. If this is immediate.
All right.
The delay, and it's like a 1 minute delay, will be on the YouTube thing, and that's what's going to be broadcast to the viewers. But it doesn't matter. They're not going to know that there's a 1 minute delay, and it's not going to make any difference to them at all. But this is what you'll see in the split screen, and that's how it's going to be for you. So it won't matter to you at all. It's just a technical thing on the other side, but it doesn't matter to you, and it's not going to matter to them. I keep laughing. I just can't believe that's what I look like. It's not bad. It's not. I don't feel like I look that way, but whatever. So anyway, let's go back, and then. So I'm a little confused about.
Is that why you wanted $3?
Yeah. But anyway, so that works. That's predictable. I can do it predictably. And you have a chat function right underneath the live stream. So we'll just figure out how to do that, and then you'll never have to worry about that again. I'm working on your little list. I showed you like something about how to edit today. So like write a blog article one day, make the TikTok video the next day. We're talking like an hour or two each day for that, right?
I'll manage the time. You just show me what.
Okay, but that's what I'm saying. It's not that much time, and then you can have like leisurely like 2 or 3 private sessions per day, if that, whatever you want. And if you do all this right, then you can still make plenty of money and not be like so rigidly scheduled that you're miserable. You can still have plenty of free time doing what you like, and you'll be making money from different income streams. You'll be making money from private clients. You'll be making money from ad revenue. And maybe even some sponsorships if people like the show and if it gets popular. Which I could see that it would. I could definitely see your show being popular. Because you have a candid quality that most professional and like public facing psychologists don't generally have.
Well, thank you. So I don't see the South Carolina lady.
And I'll get you that new email address as soon as I can. I mean, it's already up, but I'll give it to you. And you need to clean up your I mean, if you want to keep your phone like that or whatever, but your bookmarks, for instance, that's a fucking nightmare. You gotta clean that. You're the kind of person that bookmarks like something that's even mildly interesting. You really shouldn't do that because it just gets cluttered. But for the time being, we'll just keep the most important stuff up here at the top, and then you can declutter that day by day. That's not too bad. And then the email, forget it. I think you should just ditch the email, and you can get this new one I got for you. It's not worth wading through spam indefinitely. You'll never probably get rid of all of it. I don't know what happened because I mass spammed all those people, and for some reason you're still overwhelmed with spam every time you look at your email. Always think twice before giving someone your email address.
See, all of these I've done, so this is the only one I have left.
Oh yeah, the back.
Oh, and this is effective until. I'm glad I got this. Well, I wonder why she didn't send me another one. Fingerprint instructions. Support by fingerprint instructions will be sent once the board has received your application.
What do you have to do tomorrow?
I will be gone.
Where are you going? By the way, do you want to switch and you can have the iPad and I can have the laptop tonight? Actually,
That's fine. I don't care.
is that? You know, never mind. I can do it on the iPad. I can do everything I need to on the iPad. The only thing I can't do on the iPad is that OBS software, which because it's desktop software, it's not mobile.
Here.
But I already did that, so
Let me
it's
see what.
Can I go to the store?
Is Dan asleep?
More or less.
Well, he needs to, like,
Not see.
at all.
You want anything? Like Coke or something?
No.
What?
Well, I don't want to give you $10 because I don't trust you.
Well, I'll have to give you the change back so you'll know if I
Well, I know, but if you see something that you want to buy, sometimes you just buy it.
I'll admit I wish I could get 2 beers, but one's fine.
Yeah, you could absolutely not get two.
Can I get one big one, small one?
No. See what you do.
Okay. Okay, fine. One one's all I mean, that's fine. That's plenty. I wish I had those Sierra Nevadas. I actually like those better than Rangers. They're more mellow.
They probably have some of those up there.
Yeah, but one wouldn't be enough of those. There's only 5%. Want to get 6-pack and split it?
No.
I thought it'd be fun. We could split and work on the website in here, and drink beer.
It actually sounds entertaining, but
It would be fun.
I just have a full. Tomorrow.
What do you have to do tomorrow?
I have mental health stuff to do tomorrow.
Like what?
Stuff.
Is it as important as your website and your company?
It is, yes.
Okay. So, but you can't stay up and still do it tomorrow?
No.
I just thought I mean, you could work on like writing like a full blog article with ChatGPT's help, and then translating that into a 30-minute TikTok video, and then I can show you how to upload it to all the social media, you know, and then how to like one of the images that ChatGPT generates.
Whoa, what? Tomorrow?
No, I was saying if you're gonna stay up and we could do that.
Oh, well, I'm not staying up.
Okay. Well, all right. I need to go to the store before they close. I don't mean to push you, but they close at midnight, and sometimes they close early because they're lazy. I'll get only the beer, and then I'll give you back the whole, like everything else.
Just get a Ranger if you want.
Yeah, I just want a big Ranger.
Okay, and just get one, and that's it.
I know. That's all I was gonna get. I was gonna go crazy. I don't want to get drunk. I just want to relax.
Well, I don't want you to get an energy drink either.
Well, I just drink caffeinated tea if I need energy. Don't worry.
David, come here. Go out the back door.
Okay.
Don't go out the front door. criminal history background check. As defined in Section 40-55-80 of the South Carolina Code of Laws. ... For the South Carolina Board of Examiners in Psychology. easy.
Excellent.